Okay, let's go on the record. Good morning. This is the second day of evidentiary hearings in docket EFSB 19-06A / DPU 19-142A / DPU 19-143A and DPU 23-22, known as the Mid-Cape Reliability Project Change and West Barnstable Substation Zoning Exemption. My name is Donna Sharkey. I'm the presiding officer in this proceeding. We are conducting these evidentiary hearings remotely using Zoom video conferencing. Our live stream to YouTube is not working this morning. However, we will post the recording of this hearing on the YouTube channel as soon as possible. You should continue to use the same Zoom invite for the remaining days of hearings in this docket. Are there any preliminary matters to be addressed in the hearing today?
Company does not have any.
Okay, hearing none. I'm going to lead off with questions relating to, among other things, zoning and the transmission support agreement. Has the company recently reviewed the currently effective zoning code?
If I understand the question correctly, are you saying there's a version of the zoning code that was adopted after our filing?
Basically what I'm asking is, are you aware, have there been any changes since the copy of the zoning code that was provided with the zoning petition?
I am not aware of any changes.
And would someone at the company have reviewed that prior to the start of hearings?
I reviewed their website. I don't know that I specifically reviewed that.
Okay. Are there any changes in the provisions contained in attachment A to the zoning petition proceeding, which could affect the company's request for individual zoning exemptions listed on page 39 through 42 of the zoning petition filed in this docket?
No, there are not.
Footnote 5 on page 4 of the zoning petition states that Eversource is currently engaged in discussions with PCW to acquire a fee or permanent easement in all or a portion of parcel 214-001 for those facilities. On February 14th, 2023, PCW and Eversource executed a memorandum of understanding where they each made commitments to execute an agreement for the property interests that Eversource might require in PCW's parcel. Did the company execute such an agreement on March 22nd, 2024?
We did execute an agreement on March 22nd, 2024. However, it is currently in a due diligence period where either company could terminate the agreement. And that ends in September 18th of 2024.
I'd like to request, as record request 5, that the company provide a copy of the agreement, even with the understanding that there could be further changes to the agreement.
Go
We
ahead,
will
David.
provide the response. I will note, we had discussed this, with Park City Wind, prior to the hearing. And there is a confidentiality provision within the agreement that you're requesting. We will provide a copy of it, probably redacted for the public record, and include within that filing a motion for protective treatment of the document. But we will respond to your request.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. Can you please describe the due diligence process that the company referred to with regard to the completion of the arrangements for parcel 214-001?
I am not fully prepared to describe that in detail. I could take a record request to answer that question. I don't fully know that process.
So perhaps if the company could provide a description of that along with the copy of the agreement as part of EFSB RR5?
We can do that. Yes.
It's my understanding that the company is also needs to or plans to file a subdivision application for that parcel as well as part of the overall arrangements. Is that correct?
It would be approval not required because it is not considered a subdivision. It's a revision of the property lines between the two parcels.
And so prior to a successful completion potentially of the of that parcel, is the company continuing its request for exemptions for the minimum side yard setback requirements for that parcel?
At this time, because the agreement is not finalized and the timing of the due diligence period, as well as our expected close, we would still be requesting that variance.
Is the A&R application the only filing the company needs to make with the town to complete the arrangements related to parcel 214001?
That is my understanding.
Just for the record, a legal point, there would probably be a deed as well that would need to be delivered by Park City Wind to the company for that portion of land, in which case that would also be recorded at the registry to confirm the company's ownership of that area of land. Whether that's within the context of your question or not, I'm not sure, but I wanted to let you know that might be also a part of what the transaction may contemplate.
I appreciate that clarification. But I am more primarily focused on whether there need to be any additional town approvals to complete the transaction that Eversource contemplates. And I believe Elizabeth said that that was the only approval. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Thank you. As EFSB record request 6, I'd like the company to provide a copy of the A&R application as well as any related approvals from the town once received, so it can be included in the record in this proceeding.
No problem in concept with the request. It's more a matter of timing.
Timing.
Yeah, that filing, I'm not quite sure when it would be made. It may not be made until subsequent to the completion of the due diligence period. I'm not just sure of that either way. So I will have to check on that, but I didn't want to create an expectation without knowing that fact as to whether we would be in a position to make the A&R filing prior to the completion of these proceedings.
Well, I had assumed, for example, it wouldn't be within the normal 5-day response period. But do you anticipate that it would be a period of a few months or longer?
An appropriate question, if I could make inquiry to the folks within Eversource on the real estate side that were more directly involved with that transaction, I'd be able to kind of report back and give you a better sense of timing based on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Can you describe what will be located on the Eversource part of the parcel once the arrangements are completed? And how that parcel would look once necessary construction was completed?
So a portion of the substation does extend into that or the portion of the Park City Wind parcel, and the cables that we discussed yesterday that were part of Park City Wind's filing, the cables that connect West Barnstable and the Park City Wind substation will also be located in that section of the parcel. It would look similar to the surrounding area at the substation.
So would the fence line be extended into, for the substation, be extended into the parcel?
John Zico, you may be better suited to confirm that. Oh, you're on mute, John.
Some of the gas insulated switchgear and control enclosure would span the two parcels.
And are there any other above ground, not necessarily structures, but facilities be visible as on the parcel?
On are you referring to the I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. Are you referring to if you're on the balance of the Park City Wind parcel, what would be visible?
I guess no. What I'm asking about is the part that's essentially going to be annexed by Eversource, of the parcel that's currently owned by PCW. How will that look on the Eversource portion of the parcel with the completion of the interconnection to PCW facilities?
So the interconnection to the PCW facilities, the so-called direct assign line that was subject of Park City Winds proceeding will be all underground. There will be a couple of manholes, and the only thing that you'll see of those would be the covers for them. They'll be below grade.
And anything else that's on the parcel will be within the fence line of the substation?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, I know that we're expecting to receive an amended transmission support agreement, but in EFSB Z-6, the company noted that Eversource had obligations to PCW to complete the project as expeditiously as possible. In connection with that particular goal, could you comment on the timeframes necessary for the completion of local permitting, including the approvals necessary to finalize the arrangements related to parcel 214-001?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, you're asking when we expect to start construction for this work based on the amended and restated transmission support agreement?
Well, I know that, for example, you had testified yesterday that there was going to be an extension of the completion of construction of the project.
Yes.
So mainly what I'm looking for is kind of a timeline on when the company needs to receive local permitting approval, even in view of the new and extended timeline for the completion of construction.
So, yeah, the local approvals we are hoping to still receive by the end of this year or first quarter of next year to support the majority of the construction work would start in April of 2025, according to the new amended and restated TSA. As I testified on Monday, there is some work that is already approved, and that is the vegetation removal along the right-of-way, which we would look to start before April if we had all of our approvals in hand.
Has the company had any additional meetings with the Barnstable Building Commissioner, the Site Plan Review Committee, or any other town officials related to zoning at the West Barnstable substation since the January 2023 time period discussed on page 8 of the zoning petition?
I'm going to hand that over to my colleague, Roni Goldstein. Before I do, I want to go back to your last question. The company still has a contractual obligation to complete the construction expeditiously, even with the amended and restated TSA. I just wanted to note that. So I'll hand it over to Roni.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. So the question is, has the company had any formal meetings with the building commissioner or the site plan review committee since the January 2023 meeting with the town of Barnstable?
That's correct.
So there have been no formal meetings with the building commissioner and the site plan review committee. However, at the January 2023 meeting with the town of Barnstable, there were a number of town officials, town staff at the meeting, and the company did make a commitment to do an informal review with the site plan review committee. And there have been interactions with their administrator, but once these proceedings are complete, the company will fulfill that commitment and review the plans with all of the various departments that are part of that site plan review committee.
And have there been any concerns identified in those informal discussions with regard to the scope of the company's zoning request to the department?
No, there have not.
In an unrelated question, can you tell me, does any part of the construction activities in this proceeding involve implosive splicing?
I'm going to defer
John.
that back to you, Liz.
Yeah, I was gonna send it over to John. My understanding is that that would not be required for this scope of work, but John, I'll have you confirm.
No, that's my understanding as well. The scope of work on this project will involve underground line work, mainly where there is no, where implosive splicing is not used, and a small amount of overhead to underground transition outside of the station, where we don't anticipate using implosive splicing.
Are there any other, for example, blasting activities included in the construction of this part of the project?
I don't anticipate any, no.
I would note that in the PCW decision issued by the siting board last December, it notes that pursuant to the transmission support agreement, Eversource will design, build, own, and operate the grid interconnection, while the company will finance its construction and operation. Will that arrangement change in the amended agreement?
That is unchanged in the amended agreement.
Could you turn to a copy of attachment G to the zoning petition, which is the transmission support agreement?
I have that in front of me.
Can you clarify what phase 2 facilities will be that are included as part of this project? Am I correct that the phase 1 facilities were the activities associated with the underlying project approval in Mid-Cape, and that I believe you testified on Monday that that has been completed? Is that correct?
Phase 1 and the Mid-Cape line have been completed, and the transmission support agreement, the reference to phase 1 upgrades refers to the building that line at 345 during the phase 1 construction. The phase 2 upgrades in the transmission support agreement are the installation of the new Bourne 345 switching station, the expansion of the West Barnstable substation, and the bifurcation of, and I forgot the correct line number, John, of a line into the Bourne station.
It would, yes, it would involve the sectionalizing of one of the two lines that passes by the Bourne substation and connecting it into the substation, into the new Bourne switching station rather.
The 322 line and the 390 line, 99 line.
I'm sorry, say it again, 322 line and
399.
And you had mentioned a 115 kV breaker and foundation work as being additional work that.
Yes, from the original transmission support agreement, the system impact study was updated by ISO to reflect a 115 breaker that is required at West Barnstable for this scope. I believe it was referenced in our initial filing. So the TSA agreement is updated to reference that that breaker is being added as part of this scope.
And those are also phase 2 facilities?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then are the facilities referred to as direct assigned facilities, the interconnection arrangements? And
Yes.
where essentially would be the dividing line between phase 2 and direct assigned facilities?
I think easier describe the direct assigned facilities are only the interconnection cables between West Barnstable and Park City Wind substations. So the direct assigned facility ends as that underground cable terminates at the West Barnstable substation.
And in the transmission support agreement, there's also some discussion of the potential regionalization of the of the transmission costs addressed in the transmission support agreement, and the potential determination by the ISO New England to provide regionalization of those costs. Is that correct?
In the original support agreement, that is correct. The amended agreement does remove those references, as we have received approval to regionalize the cost for the Mid-Cape reliability line, the portion of that project and the cost associated with building a 115 line. The incremental cost to build at 345 was not included in that regional cost approval.
So there is no further pending request to the ISO for perhaps regional treatment of the additional costs that are now associated with both phase 1 and phase 2 and the direct assigned facilities.
That is correct.
Excuse me 1 second. Because
Sure.
I can hear direct design and
Direct
direct.
assign, ASSING.
Thank you.
If you could take a look at section 6 of attachment G.
Give me 1 minute. Yes.
And if you look at the estimated costs that are associated, that are mentioned within that section, can you tell me how to correlate those costs to the $197 million cost increase or total costs that you testified about on Monday? Just trying to figure out the correlation between that total cost and the different kind of cost categories that are mentioned in section 6.
So, Ms. Sharkey, I will obviously defer the response to Liz, but I do know enough about this that the sort of subcomponents of some of those costs are considered confidential and proprietary, particularly to Park City Wind. I don't want to speak to that. Maybe Mr. Attorney Gerson will describe that. And so we would be reluctant to provide that breakdown, even to the extent where we could do that during the hearing on the public record.
Yeah, I'm not so much asking for a breakdown, I guess, within the various categories, which among other things discuss amounts that are due at different points, or milestones, if you will, through the proceeding. I'm more trying to figure out if it is there a way in which the company could provide some correlation between cost estimates that are mentioned in the transmission support agreement and how they produce the total of 197 million. In other words, I don't want to break down within categories, which I understand could, among other things, be confidential. I'm more, if you would like to, for example, provide the description without necessarily providing the amounts of the subcategories, or some other appropriate way which would preserve the confidentiality, or if that's not particularly workable, provide it subject to a request for protective treatment.
At this time, Liz, I don't know if you could provide some categories without providing particular costs. If that isn't possible, we might be best advised to take it as a record request, have some discussions with Park City Winds Council and figure out an approach to providing some responsive information.
Yeah, I can provide some information. I'm not sure it will answer your question though, so maybe a record request would be the best approach. But as far as that section refers to estimated cost, it talks about the phase 1 facilities, the direct assign facilities, and the a breakout of milestones associated with the phase 2 facilities. The breakout of milestones has changed in the revised TSA, so it's hard to reference what's in the original to the amended, but the overall total of the milestones in section, I guess, III of that estimated cost would total to 197 million.
Would the amount associated, the additional, is it 2.9 million associated? Yes. Is that amount fall within the direct assigned facilities or within the phase 2 facilities?
That amount falls within the phase 2 facilities.
So I guess what I'd like to ask the company is if within the context of the record request related to the amended settlement transmission support agreement and its discussion with regard to kind of the major components of the amendments contained in that agreement, if it could provide some discussion which you could discuss, for example, with PCW council with regard to how categories within the amended support agreement that we haven't seen yet um, correlate to certain categories discussed in section 6 of the new support agreement.
I would suggest we take this as a rec request and do our best in coordination with Park City Wind and folks who are more directly involved in the transaction and contract negotiations to see how we might best represent that information and present it to the siting board.
And as part of that same original record request number 1.
Understood.
Mr. Gerson, would you like to weigh in at this point?
I think that's a reasonable approach, and certainly Park City Wind is happy to work with Eversource to get that response in quickly.
And again, just to clarify our understanding, is the date of March 31st, 2026, which is addressed in section 5 of the current transmission support agreement, going to be extended to October 2027?
Let me just confirm that reference to the date before I answer. You said in section 5?
That's correct.
Section 5J, is that the section you're referring to with?
Yes.
Yes, that date is being changed to October 1st, 2027.
And I have one other question with regard to the site plans we were discussing yesterday that were provided in, I believe, EFSB CS 22 revised. On one of the aerial views attached to the supplemental response, there's an indication which talks about the New England wind connection and the details that were provided presumably in the previous in a separate EFSB docket related to Park City Wind. Is that correct?
Yes, the reference to New England Wind 1 is in reference to Park City Wind's previous docket.
And is there a particular exhibit within that docket which contains the details with regard to the interconnection arrangements that the company was referring to or would be referring to with regard to its notation on the aerial plan?
I don't know that I'm familiar enough with their docket to answer that question right now.
And I was involved for the company with that docket, and I don't recall what was in there. That was some time ago.
So what I'd like, since that, unlike the underlying project exhibits that are part of the record in this case, I'd like to request that the company file a copy of the exhibits from the PCW docket that it deems necessary to describe at a high level the interconnection engineering details. So that can be included as part of the record in this docket without attempting to include the much larger overall record of the PCW docket exhibits.
We can do that, Presiding Officer Sharkey. I would also note there's probably some transcript excerpts that are relevant to this, as we had a panel of witnesses that were examined by siting board staff in the Park City Wind proceeding concerning the direct assign line. But separate and apart from that, we would also provide some responses to record requests and descriptions that we had provided for the record of the line itself and how the interconnection would be effected.
And again, I guess I don't want to overload the record in this case. But I would like some high level information in order just to ensure the record is complete in this proceeding.
Thank you.
And Mr. Arsenal, is that EFSB record request 6?
I think we were up to 5, yes. Yeah,
7, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Kohler. So that would be EFSB record request 7. And with that, I believe there are some additional questions that that Mr. Strasberg has for the company.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Mr. Arsenault, can you hear me clearly?
yes, I'll do my best. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's now refer to EFSB-W-3 and EFSB-W-5, parens 1.
I'm sorry,
Let's revisit a couple of
Mrs.
issues.
Strasberg, I'm just a little
Monday.
behind here. Can you wait 1 second, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, could you just start again? Just trying to get this set up.
Let's now refer to EFSB-W-3 and EFSB-W-5, parens 1. I'd like to revisit a couple of items from Monday. Please let me know when you're ready.
I have those in front of me.
The company states on the bottom paragraph, first page, any MODF not contained, and this is in the containment structure, as from a station service transformer, would spill to the ground and adhere to soil particles and organic matter. The Eversource spill response protocol would be activated immediately, and all MODF, as well as any impacted soils, would be cleaned and disposed of. Does the spill response protocol overlap with the spill prevention, control, and countermeasure master plan?
I can take that question. Yeah, those two programs are supportive of each other, but also very distinct. The spill prevention counter control plan includes contact information and other procedures to immediately respond to a spill using local staff or crews that may be on site. Our complementary program to that is a separate team of field responders with specific expertise on responding to oil spills that will respond to the event within 2 hours of discovery, assess the situation, and then implement appropriate additional cleanup measures.
Have these safety features and protocols been utilized at substations where dielectric fluid, well, as you mentioned, they were utilized at substations where dielectric fluid may have been accidentally released, specifically per EFSB-W-5 parens 1. Why might these features protocols have not performed as expected?
Often spills are associated with, let me back up. The SPCC program establishes procedures to respond to events, but not necessarily prevent events from occurring. So spill events can occur within substation properties. The spill procedures established outline how a response will occur to that event. So in cases where we have structural containments or structural measures in place that contain the majority of spills, there could be situations where those structures are possibly ineffective for the type of event that is occurring. That could be a variety of situations related to things we discussed on Monday that we can elaborate on if necessary.
For the spills listed in EFSB-W-5 parens 1, what is the average cleanup time? And what are the variables that would determine cleanup time?
Average cleanup time is certainly dictated on the volume of the release. So cleanup times for smaller releases can occur within hours, typically, often within a day or two. Larger cleanup events that go beyond days are usually for larger spills that require other events to occur, including de-energizing equipment, making conditions safe to access, mobilizing the correct crews and equipment to respond accordingly, which can add to durations. The spill that was brought up on Monday, that larger spill due to a mechanical contact of an excavator with a transformer, that spill was cleaned up within, I believe, about 3 months, resulting in a permanent solution for that size spill. Actually, I can correct that, less than 3 months, since that spill occurred on 3/18, and within a few months later, that reached a permanent solution.
What are the factors that would determine any delay that might occur between when the spill actually occurs and discovery of the spill itself?
Delays that, so discovery of a spill is going to be based on automated alarms present on infrastructure that Mr. John Zigo can elaborate on if necessary. And then the other ways spills are identified are through visual means through on-staff, through personnel that are located on site during routine inspections that are occurring that we also discussed on Monday.
Has it ever been the case that dielectric fluid has leaked from a company's substation and entered a water body? And in this particular case, why wouldn't that happen here?
I'm not aware of station releases that have entered a water body due to the variety of protection measures we have in place to prevent demigration to water bodies. Can you repeat the second part of your question, or the first part?
The question was, if it was the case that there had been a leak from a company substation into a water body, why wouldn't that happen in this particular location?
So in this particular location, we do not have water bodies in close proximity to the station. If a large release occurred, we have the secondary containment structures that are in place, which would contain the migration. We also have the facility equipped, as all stations are equipped with, surface trap rock, which, as discussed on Monday, would control the horizontal migration of a large spill.
If the dielectric fluid at the substation were accidentally released, how long would it take to travel from surface to aquifer?
That is a question that cannot be answered today, as that has not been modeled.
Would that be possible in the form of a record request?
It is possible. However, there would be a time frame that we would need to look into as finding a specialized support to provide those modeled results, which could take a fair amount of time.
Mr. Richard, just so that the record is clear, when you said a fair amount of time, are you talking about a matter of weeks or months or something else?
Very good follow-up. Likely thinking a month or two.
We'd like to table that for the time being, and we'll come back with a response after the break.
Very good.
Thank you. Let's now turn to EFSB-G-10. Please let me know when you're ready.
B
G is in general.
dash K.
I'll say it. EFSB-G, as in general, -10.
Okay.
Please let me know when you're ready.
I am ready.
I have that in front of me as well.
Are the various alarms and sensors that were mentioned in our conversation on Monday capable of detecting pinhole size or very small leaks of SF6 and dielectric fluid?
I'm sorry, what size?
Pinhole
Pinhole.
sized
Thank you.
or very small leaks of SF6 and dielectric fluid.
So we'll take those one at a time. So the dielectric fluid in the proposed auto transformers, that level is monitored with a level gauge that's installed at one of the highest points on the transformer. And as if the fluid level drops below a certain level, that will set an alarm. Typically, again, just as a rule of thumb, it's usually between 2 to 6% of the volume lost before the alarm comes in. So, to your point, a pinhole leak or a small weep would likely not be detected by that until it occurred for some time. And in that intervening time period, it's more than likely somebody would have been at the station either for routine surveillance or another reason, to go in and do switching or replenish supplies, and have detected it when they went in there so that it could be addressed. Sulfur hexafluoride is it's similar. There are density gauges on each gas zone, and it's called a density gauge. What it really is, it's a pressure compensated, a temperature compensated pressure gauge that detects the SF6 gas loss, and there are various alarm points on that. And the first one would come in long before an electrically problematic amount of SF6 escaped. So in other words, an amount of SF6 that would compromise the GIS's ability to do its job. I don't know precisely how much would have to be lost before that alarm would come in.
So if these mechanisms didn't pick up on these leaks, are visual inspections the primary alternative?
At this point in time, yes. It would be, and in the case of the SF6, it would be, people would go in when they were in the station. They would look at the readings on the various density monitors when they were in the station.
Can you speak once again to the frequency of such inspections?
So the minimum routine surveillance visit, as we had testified to earlier, is once a month. However, as a practical matter, people are in there all the time for various functions to do switching or to replenish supplies. Answer a completely totally unrelated trouble alarm to a fluid or SF6 gas loss. There are even occasions when engineering teams will go into a substation to scope out the work on a future project, and they're trained to look for all of these things, look for and report all of these things as well.
Thank you. I'd like to now turn to TOB-N*-9. Please let me know when you're ready.
I have that in front of me.
To revisit an issue that we discussed on Monday, in terms of ensuring that contractors properly fulfill their obligations during the course of the project, can you explain or elaborate on the communication that occurs between the company and abutters to address contractor-based concerns and complaints?
I actually think my colleague Stephen Dudek would be better placed to answer that question for you.
Yep, I can handle that question. So if I heard the question correctly, it's in regards to construction complaints from the abutters during ongoing construction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. So we have a couple of mediums for them to communicate their concerns. We do have first a field support specialist on site that is able to talk to abutters directly, that can handle their concerns, address their complaints, and inform the appropriate parties. We also, through any pending construction, we provide construction notices to let them know when the construction happens. And in those notices, we do provide a phone number and an email. They can either email the project hotline or call the phone number. That will be vetted and directed to the project services manager, who then will vet it either to that field support specialist or contact the abutters directly. Through that, if we need to meet in person, we will schedule in-person meetings with the abutters to address their concerns and work out a solution that is agreeable to all parties.
Can you elaborate on the accessibility of the specialist?
Yep. To my knowledge, they're typically on site when they can be. I know a bunch of them do have other projects that they're on. So when we get the 3-week look ahead, we try to plan out on when they will be on site. I also would defer to Megan, who would be able to elaborate a little bit more on the day-to-day operations of the field support specialist.
Certainly. Hi, Megan Akinfor with Burns McDonnell. For the field specialists that are on site, like Stephen said, they try and plan their days out based on the 3-week look ahead. So if it's an area with any sensitive property owners, they would make it a point to be present. But they also provide their contact information to the contractors on site. So between either abutters reaching out to them directly or contractors reaching out to them, they have the ability to get in contact with folks, the day a concern comes in, or drive out there, depending on what the issue is. But through both the hotline and the email that Stephen mentioned, usually we respond to those within 48 hours, but as in-field things develop, if we can mobilize out there, we will. If not, we'll work to make contact with folks and set up a time in which we can meet with them physically on site.
So just to confirm in your response, if an abutter had a complaint, the specialist or other personnel could go in field within a day. Would that be accurate?
Generally speaking, barring kind of other circumstances within a day, we typically get out there, observe what the issue is, try and set a meeting up if that's what's appropriate. Sometimes it's something that can be handled via the phone or email, but yes, typically within a day, we can get somebody out there.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Back to you, Ms. Sharkey.
Thank you, Mr. Strasberg. Mr. Chang, would it be appropriate to take our morning break before you begin with your questions?
Certainly, Ms. Sharkey.
Okay, thank you. Let's come back at 11:20. Off the record. Okay, let's go back on the record.
I think David Rosenzweig was talking off the record, but if he thought he was talking on, we didn't hear a word.
Okay.
Tell me, and Donna just said we were going on the record, so I don't know if you want to talk before we go on.
That's fine. I'll do it on the record. Thank you,
On the
David.
record, very good.
Yeah, on the
We're on the
record.
record. Yeah.
I do have some preliminary information on the timing of the A&R, if that would be useful for you.
Yes, thank you.
I wouldn't say I have the complete details, but for those that are involved on the transactional side, what I have come to learn is that the A&R filing will be made by Park City Wind, not the company. It's developed by them, and the company will be reviewing it. It will follow the due diligence period, and while there's no precise date in the agreement, it's likely to be the third or fourth quarter by the end of 2024.
Thank you. That's helpful. Anyone have anything else before the bench resumes questioning? Mr. Chang.
Thank you, Ms. Sarkey. Yeah. I would like to refer to EFSB W1 and also TOB-N*-8 parent 1. Please let me know when you're ready.
I have those in front of me.
As do I.
So in both W1 and also page 18 of TOB-N*-8 parent 1 describe the containment system. So could you verify whether the 110% capacity of the containment is in relation to the largest transformer on site, or all of the transformers at the substation?
The first transformer that was to go in, the auto transformer that's there now, when that containment was designed, it was designed based on 110% of that transformer. At that point in time, there was never a second auto transformer contemplated for that facility. And that's how we went ahead and sized that containment. The second containment for the proposed new auto transformer would be 110% of its nameplate capacity. And again, the two containments will be connected hydraulically with a system of pipes that relies on gravity, so that in addition to the 110% that each containment would have on a standalone basis, based on the rate, based on the amount of fluid in the transformer, there'll be that backup capacity as well. And it would be designed so that there would be a breach of one transformer at a time.
Thank you for the clarification. Could you estimate maybe when combined about what percentage is that capacity in relation to the new transformer that's going in?
We could calculate that. I don't know if you want me to take time on the record here and try to do it in real time, or do it as a quick record request.
I think a record request will do.
Thank you.
So that would be EFSB record request number 8.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Certainly.
Okay. Could the company provide an estimate of the containment capacity when combined with the existing containment capacity, comma, in relation to the largest, or not the largest, in relation to the new transformer that is proposed in the substation? And I think this is in West Barnstable.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. And a follow-up on that one. Can you provide the reasoning behind choosing 110% as the containment capacity?
It's part of an IEEE guideline, an IEEE Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers is what that acronym is for.
Thank you. So I wish to ask whether are you familiar with the EPA spill prevention control and countermeasure regulations, which is in 40 CFR Part 112.
I'm sorry,
So
could you, which is
Okay.
part of, I didn't hear the citation.
It is in 40
Thank you.
CFR Part 112.
Yes, I am familiar.
Then I'll ask a question. Does the containment that is proposed provide for sufficient freeboard to contain precipitation in relation to the regulation?
The answer is yes. In the way that the containment is designed, is that the containment will not retain stormwater precipitation. So stormwater will pass into and through the containment. So there'll be no stormwater accumulation in the containment.
Thank you. So I'm going to get a better understanding of like how the containment work. So the question is, could you please explain whether and how the containments work together with the stormwater management system, including how the imbiber beads mentioned in EFSB -W-1 function during 3 scenarios. So first scenario is a rainstorm without a spill.
I'm sorry, rainstorm
Without a spill. A rainstorm without a spill.
without a spill, thank you.
A second scenario, a spill happening on a clear day. And 3, the third scenario, a spill during a rainstorm.
So I can begin answering that. So rainstorm without a spill, any precipitation that falls into the containment will pass through the containment due to a structure, as you referenced, the imbiber beads or a similar type technology, which will allow water to pass through under normal precipitation conditions. So water will not be retained within the structure. If a spill occurred during a non-rain event, that would be mineral oil dielectric fluid spill into the containment, that would activate a plug system that will retain the oil within the containment and therefore not be allowed to be released. So that imbiber system and or similar technology will be activated in the contact with MODF and then completely seal up that pathway. It's a very standard, a gold standard industry practice for retaining oil within a containment system. And if the spill occurred during a rain event, oil, depending on the timing, but once oil contacts the plugging technology, it will retain oil and water within the containment. During that situation, due to the alarm conditions that Mr. Zico mentioned, we would have knowledge to be able to respond accordingly to ensure no overflow of a containment structure. In addition, as asked in your previous question, there is the two containments will be connected, allowing for essentially double the amount of containment capacity available to retain both oil and water while responses are occurring.
And I'll just add that physically how this is done, Mr. Cheng, is that the floor of the containment, if you will, has a solid concrete base, and then there are holes in it, 2 to 4 depending on the soil condition and the size of the containment. And those holes are what allow the water to drain, and those are also the holes that are packed with these with this plugging technology that Mr. Richards mentioned. It's not the whole containment doesn't have an open floor that's covered with these. The fluid would get directed to discrete points where this plugging technology would be located.
So, thank you for your explanation. And to follow up on that, is those holes or the outflow of those holes from the containment will happen at the riprap or the stormwater management system that is shown on the site plan that we have previously seen.
You better check that question the way I wrote it. I'm not sure that I'm getting it, Mr. Cheng.
Okay. I can repeat that.
Okay.
Let's see. Is the outfall of these drains connected to the stormwater management system, which involve ripraps as shown in the site plan previously seen in the hearing?
The stormwater, we'll take these kind of one at a time. So, the balance of the yard, excluding these two auto transformer containments, the existing and the proposed new, any stormwater that falls there will fall onto the crushed rock surface of the station. And as we testified yesterday, I believe, there'd be no sheet flow or no increase in sheet flow off of the site. These holes that are in the base of the transformer containment would be approximately 4 feet below grade. So the water, any water that passed through these drains would seep into the soil approximately 4 feet below the finished grade of the station. So it would end up in the same place that the water that fell on the rest of the station would end up.
To get a better idea, I remember seeing, a riprap. I think that's what was described to the, I guess, one side of the substation. Is that where the water will be directed to, or are you referring to somewhere else?
I'm trying to remember what exhibit or attachment that was so that I could find it and refer to it.
I could add that the surface stormwater collection system is primarily infiltration is entirely separate from the containment system. So they do not necessarily interact, although the water that is discharged from the containment and the water that infiltrates on the surface from stormwater precipitation will migrate to the same general point within the substation property. But the discharge point of the containment does not discharge to the surface. It discharges to the subsurface, as Mr. Zico explained.
Okay. If that's not a lot of trouble, I would like to pull up the site plan so that we make sure we're on the same page. I believe there is a site plan on EFSB CM 22 parent S1, if I remember that correctly. The one that I think we used to answer vegetation questions on Monday.
So was that EFSB CM 22 S1 or 23?
I'm looking for it too.
Okay.
Sorry, those attachments are the updated aerial plans that we discussed on Monday?
Yes.
I can confirm, Mr. Zico, it is 22 S1 parens 2.
Thank you.
EFSB CM 22.
I'm sorry,
parens- I'm
can't
sorry.
figure out who's speaking. Somebody just.
I'm sorry, David. Let me take a step back. Mike Howard from Epsilon. I believe, Mr. Caleb, the reference you are looking for is EFSB CM 22 parens S1 parens 2, which is an aerial image of the West Barnstable substation, as Ms. Sharkey alluded to a minute ago. And John, if you're having a tough time finding that, I'm happy to share my screen.
I have that open in front of me,
Okay.
but thank you.
Can that plan be shared? If there are
Yes.
continued questions on it?
Yes, that will be very helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Howard, could you perhaps share that since?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Mr. Zika
No,
might share,
that's
but I'm
okay.
happy to do it. We're not communicating well. Let me do that right now.
No, that's fine.
Thank you for prompting me. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Mr. Caleb, I just want to confirm this is the graphic you were referring to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So if Mr. Sicko or Mr. Richards or anyone else in the panel could just gently point out like where might be the different ways the water can leave either the containment or the substation, that would be very helpful.
So I will start off. There is a tag that says NStar Electric Company / Commonwealth Electric Company property, and immediately to the right of that is the existing and part of the proposed expanded 115 kV substation. And I would direct you, there's a I'll call like a gray rectangular box that has 3 blue lines immediately above it. That is the existing transformer. And underneath that is the containment, which we sometimes refer to as the moat, that has the holes in the bottom that are filled, that are equipped with that plugging technology that will let storm water out and stop the flow of any petroleum product, in this case MODF. The balance of the yard is covered with crushed stone, and any stormwater that falls on there will infiltrate into that stone and then just enter the ground from there. I am not seeing any on this particular figure. I am not seeing any off-site drainage structures.
Mr. Zeker, I can confirm that based on the preliminary design, no new point source discharges are proposed. The system is as you've described. It's to maximize infiltration and recharge into the ground through essentially the infiltration or the infiltration trench or basin, which is essentially the crushed stone yard that is collecting, treating the stormwater and putting it back into the ground. That's how the system is intended to work.
Correct. And just to, round out or finish out the reply, if you see the word gate, immediately below that is the proposed new auto transformer for the site. And then immediately to the right of that is the proposed gas insulated 345 kV gas insulated switchgear that will have the same crushed rock surface on it, except directly under the gas insulated switchgear, which will be a concrete slab. But again, it's all intended to have infiltration on site of any storm water.
Thank you for your explanation. Is the concrete pad you mentioned the containment?
So each transformer will be equipped with the containment pits as we've described earlier. The SF6 switchgear will be on a concrete slab with no containment underneath it because there's no liquid in it. It's not like a transformer. It contains a gas, not a liquid.
Got it. And so so the switch gear is on the expanded portion on the right, surrounded by the over there, right?
That's correct. It's approximately the area that's in the black rectangle.
Okay. Whereas the transformer is the one at the center below gate.
So the proposed new transformer would be in the center below the word gate on that attachment. Yes.
And is the containment the rectangle? I mean the concrete pad, which is the rectangle outline shown around the transformer?
That rectangular outline that's shown around the transformer would be the top wall of the containment.
Got it. And is there a containment similarly underneath the existing one, as seen to the lower left of that, the proposed one showing an outline with on the surface as well, a rectangular outline?
There's a rectangular outline, and on my screen it's not very easy to see, but it does show up as a light gray. There is some contrast with the surrounding trap rock, but that's the same thing as we described with the other.
And so the two rectangular outline, as we can see it here, will be connected, and that's constitute the totality of the containment on site.
For MODF, yes.
Thank you. And just to make sure I got it correctly, the rest of the station will have crushed stones, and that will be kind of a separate path for water infiltration that is outside of the containment system.
For direct infiltration, yes.
Thank you. I think I have a good picture on this now. Thank you for explanation.
You're welcome.
So, staying on the topic, I think Mr. Howard's mentioned earlier about like there's instances where containment could be circumvented. Spills can get beyond it, and could you elaborate on some of this circumstances when that happens? And whether they how's it put it? And whether they cause a significant impact if circumvented.
I can explain a little bit, and maybe Mr. Zico can add to it. In most conditions, the majority of a leak condition will be entirely contained within the containment. There could be a situation, and maybe Mr. Zico can explain further, either through a pressure event, or we talked about other potential failures that a spray could occur that maybe could land outside of the containment, but that would be relatively small and superficial in terms of an impact and easily addressed. But that's why the containment is of the size it is, where it will be able to contain a variety of potential release conditions. It's hard to envision a scenario where you have a significant release that will occur outside of the containment, and the containment, thereby not functioning. That is not a situation we can envision at all.
No, and I would just add that, with regard to an overpressure event, the triggering event for the overpressure event would be, an arc under the oil or under the fluid in the transformer. And, again, as I had testified to on Monday, we have, multiple redundant electric protection systems that will cut the energy to that arc if it were to develop long before you could get to a problematic pressure wave. On top of that, you have a mechanical detector that works to detect the rate of rise of pressure within the transformer, and that is similarly wired to cut the electrical supply to the transformer. And then finally, if those do not arrest the pressure rise, there is a pressure relief valve on the top that's designed to vent the overpressure in a controlled manner down to the base of the transformer before it reaches a level where it would rupture the tank. So it doesn't, that relief valve, I don't want people to leave with the impression that it just sprays the fluid everywhere. There's piping that directs it down to the base of the transformer and into the containment.
Thank you for the answer. Are these safety features, such as what you described and also the containment, incorporated at other substations the company operates?
Yes, they are. That protection standard that I mentioned that protection that I mentioned for the transformer, for this class transformer is pretty well universal.
So in other company substation where these features have incorporated, has dielectric fluid ever breached containment? If so, why?
I am not aware of a situation where a containment structure has been breached.
Nor have I.
Okay, great. Thank you. I would like to now refer to EFSB-W-2. Please let me know when you're ready.
I am ready.
And I have that in front of me as well.
So the company states in the even more unlikely event that a catastrophic leak of MODF from a transformer coincides with an extreme weather event, for example, a hurricane or other significant precipitation events, as explained in the company's response to information request EFSB-W-3, Eversource is committed to the immediate response and cleanup of environmental spill events. So we have visited yesterday, and I recognize the company's commitment to immediate response and cleanup. But could you explain what would it look like when resource may be stretched, field conditions may be unsafe, and the spilled dielectric fluid may be leaked onto the containment with large amount of stormwater? How would that cleanup and response look like?
What I can say is that we, during extreme weather events, environmental response work needs to be prioritized based on the conditions that we are encountering. So in a case of the situation as you described, and as written in the IR response, that would be a significant condition that would be prioritized in terms of using available resources to address this condition before addressing other less environmentally sensitive conditions.
Thank you. So would it be possible that the contaminated stormwater will overfill the entire containment system?
I cannot see that as a possibility.
And I think you mentioned this a while back, ago, but how would the company prevent this from ever happening?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
How would the company prevent the contaminated stormwater overfilling the containment system from happening?
I presume, again, you are referring to an event where there has been a catastrophic release of oil and during a heavy precipitation event. In that case, we would have responding crews on site with available equipment to pump and remove accumulated fluids within the containment.
Thank you. That's all my questions. So thank you for to the panel again, and back to you, Ms. Sharkey.
Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Mr. Wong, do you have some additional questions?
Yes, I have a brief set of questions. The first question is anyone on the panel familiar with the technology dynamic line rating?
Only very tangentially.
Okay, but if you could indulge me, Mr. Zico.
Well, I guess I'll clarify that by saying I'm aware of what it is.
Okay. In your limited understanding that you've couched this in, could you briefly explain for the record your understanding of this technology?
Fundamentally, it involves deployment of sensors onto the transmission lines, and those will transmit real-time data mostly in the form of temperature. And that will allow the decisions to be made about loading the lines in so-called real time. So in other words, it's not a design day every day, and it would let you get some additional capacity out of there. I don't know if Ms. Dong has something to add based from a planning perspective. My lens is more from an engineering perspective as opposed to the planning.
Thank you, Ms. Zico. I have, in my knowledge of general understanding of dynamic line rating, basically I agree with your summary. The dynamic line rating, the system varies the line ratings based on real-time monitoring of environmental factors, such as ambient temperature, wind speed, and direction, and sunlight, in an effort to maximize the use of the load carrying capacity of the transmission line.
Thank you. And just for clarity and from my understanding, the word rating in that phrase, in dynamic line rating, what rating is being varied?
It's the thermal rating of the line.
Okay. So does that mean, from my understanding, that would mean that perhaps in when a line is overloaded, or rather the ratings for line overloads are based sometimes on whether the thermal rating has been passed. Is that correct?
I'll try to rephrase, and please let me know if I answer your question. So usually the thermal ratings of a line is measured in MVA. So this dynamic line rating technology could vary the MVA rating of a line based on the ambient factors, like ambient temperature of the air, wind speed, to the extent the MVA rating could vary. So under certain conditions, the MVA rating can be higher than other conditions.
Thank you. That's helpful for understanding. So
Question, please, before we go on. I'm
Yes.
hearing MVA. There's always an A. It's not just MV.
That's correct.
Thank you.
MVA. Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Dong. So it sounds like from Mr. Zico's description that the conductors themselves are not different. It's sensors based off of ambient conditions. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mr. Zico, you can confirm as well.
No, that is correct. It's the deployment of sensors onto an existing conductor.
Thank you. And for the record, could you describe the possible applications of this technology to projects proposed by the company?
The company is looking into potential pilot project to install the dynamic line rating sensors on existing transmission line to utilize this technology to optimize and maximize the again the low flow carrying capability of a certain existing transmission line. That's the typical use case of such technology that I'm aware of.
And that would be the thermal rating of the line.
Correct.
Thank you. So just to summarize, so you can tell me if I'm misunderstanding, it sounds like the company is not has not installed any pilots yet and is doing some studies, preliminary studies, to figure out if there is a use case in certain areas. Is that correct?
That's correct, to my knowledge, yes.
To your knowledge, would this area, the Mid-Cape area, be a candidate for such a pilot?
In general, it is possible, as Mr. Zico and I describe how the technology works. So any existing transmission line can be a candidate. So that also applies to the Cape area.
Thank you. I think I have enough information on that line of questioning. I did have one quick follow-up on Mr. Chang's question. I think, Mr. Richards, you were describing the scenario of dealing with a spill during an extreme weather event, and I just wanted a quick answer on how usually how immediate the response is for a team that goes in to pump out a containment system.
Yes, thank you for the question. We would have crews on site within hours, typically a few hours or less of knowledge of the site condition. So normally during extreme weather events, we have time to prepare and pre-stage cleanup crews within different parts of our territory based on modeled precipitation and wind events. So we will often know where the greatest damage could occur on our system and have crews that are set aside and dedicated to our infrastructure. So that enables us to respond very quickly.
Thank you. And when you stated that it's unlikely that there would be an overflow, it's because your crews would be prepared to pump out the oil and water mixture pretty quickly. Is that correct?
Correct. And if I could add to that, based on having two containments connected, you're essentially doubling, again, the capacity of oil storage and also having capacity for water storage. And when you hear about a significant rain event, you usually hear about in inches of precipitation. So as Mr. Zico referenced, these containments would be about 4 or 5 feet deep. So about half that containment would be full of oil, and then you have the balance available for water. So you would need feet of rain occurring to overfill the containment. That is a lot of rain that likely would not happen. During significant storm events of recent, we've seen things within this territory of 4, 5, 6 inches of rain during a period of time. To have feet of rain is not expected.
Thank you for your response. I have one quick follow-up also. I think earlier my colleague, Mr. Strasberg, floated the idea of a record request. I don't want the modeling for right now, but I was wondering if the panel would be able to provide average infiltration rates of a liquid of the type of density that an MODF has through a sandy soil like on the Cape.
Yes, we can look into that. But I just caution the reviewers of that information to make sure it is not incorrectly interpreted. That an infiltration rate of whatever the material does not indicate exactly how that will perform in the environment.
I appreciate that. And if you would like to put in all those cautions and explanations in there in your response, I would definitely welcome that.
Very good.
Ms. Sharkey?
So that would be EFSB request number 8. Does the company understand what is being asked?
Yes, I do understand.
Madam Chair, who's speaking?
That was Mr. Richards, I think.
I didn't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Ms. Sharkey asked if the company understands the record request, and I responded, yes, I do.
And I apologize as well because I was trying to say, I believe it's record request 9.
Thank you, Mr. Kaler.
Thank you. And I want to thank all the witnesses for answering my questions. I'm done with my line of questioning. I don't know if there's any follow-up from my colleagues on what I asked.
I don't have any more questions.
I'm all set.
Ms. Sharkey?
Thank you. Given the timing, would it be appropriate to break for lunch before the town of Barnstable begins questioning of the company witnesses? Mr. LaRosa, do you have any particular constraints?
I have no constraints. I'm good with taking the break now if that's what the group would like to do.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we come back at 1:10? And we'll resume with questions from the town of Barnstable for the company's witnesses. Off the record.
Donna, just one thing off the record on the rec request that dealt with the A&R.
Yep.
Given the information I got, would you want us to respond with that in response to the record request or pull the record request? I don't know that we're going to be able to get something within it doesn't appear that we will be able to get a copy of the filing within the time frame of what we hope.
Okay. Could you then just, provide a response that basically kind of gives the timeline and what what information the PCW and or the company have to supply, and that would be sufficient.
Okay. I think we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like not quite everybody is back. We're just waiting a minute or two because not quite everyone is back. Okay, let's go on the record. So we will, as scheduled, resume with questions from Mr. LaRosa representing the town of Barnstable for the company's witnesses.
Thank you, presiding officer. Good afternoon, everyone. Just as an opening, one matter. There was discussion before the break about the potential for spill modeling. The town just wanted to be on the record to say that it would be supportive of that in light of that if there is a release that the town would, given that the town's first responders would be the ones expected to be involved, we would like to understand what would happen with that modeling, and given the proximity of private wells and resources nearby. So I just wanted to mention that on behalf of for the town.
Okay, thank you. I believe though that the siting board did not pursue, although it pursued additional information, it did not pursue a formal request for the modeling. Not that that would prevent the town from, asking for whatever additional information it might like on its own as a record request.
Okay. Would the town would like to be able to make that record request?
Sure.
How would that?
You might want to do it in connection with your questioning of the witnesses.
Okay.
That's all.
Fair enough. I'll circle back to that. I'll start with, if I'd refer everyone to the response to TOB-N*-1, along with TOB-N*-1 parens 1 and TOB-N*-1 parens 4.
Okay, I'm ready, Mr. Rosa.
As am I.
Okay, if everyone's ready. The spreadsheet in TOB-N*-1 parent 1 indicates presently that there's 1,956 gallons of battery electrolyte, and that number will be doubled as a result of the project to 3,912 gallons of battery electrolyte, which contains, among other things, lead, arsenic, and sulfuric acid. So please describe the containment, alarm, and monitoring systems for the battery electrolyte and how those are monitored, maintained, and would detect the release of battery electrolyte.
Certainly. In the event of a battery failure, and I'd point out that the 978 gallons that was reported for each battery system, it's made up of several jars or cells, each of which contains 16 gallons, and it's unusual to have more than one fail at a time, resulting in a complete loss of electrolyte. So I would start out by saying that underneath the battery rack in the station is an acid-proof containment with acid-absorbing socks, or acid-absorbing pillows, if you will, and acid-neutralizing pillows. And in the event of a release, the fluid would drain down into that containment and stay there until such time as the socks or pillows were removed. As far as how we would know about it, when the cell lost electrolyte, there's a battery monitoring system that monitors the condition of each cell, and the voltage output would drop, and that would set an alarm to the company's operations center that's staffed 24/7. Would most likely come in as a loss of battery voltage alarm, which is a station emergency, and somebody would be dispatched to investigate and clean up the spill.
Okay, thank you. In the case of a catastrophic event and a release of battery electrolyte to water, to resources, please describe the viscosity, solubility, and other characteristics of the battery electrolyte and how the release would be contained and cleaned up.
Yeah, so, and John, maybe you can expand on this. All batteries are located inside a building.
Okay.
So these batteries are not stored externally. So the building also serves as containment in addition to the devices that Mr. Ziegel just mentioned. So there essentially is no risk for an external spill cleanup associated with a battery release.
No, that is correct. They are, and the containment for them are in a building.
If to further answer your question, if it was located outside and if there was an exterior release, battery acid itself is naturally buffered when released to the environment because of the buffering capacity of soil. So soil has a much different pH than battery acid. So it essentially neutralizes the acidity of the release condition. If there was a superficial release of a battery, you're looking at a very limited cleanup in terms of the area of impact. But we do not typically characterize batteries with the physical properties that you mentioned.
Excuse me, I missed that.
We typically don't talk about battery releases in terms of the physical properties that you mentioned, similar to what we were talking about with MODF, including viscosity and things of that nature.
Why would that be?
Because they are generally viewed as fairly environmentally benign because of the fairly incidental nature of a release condition. I imagine there is literature somewhere on viscosity of battery acid. It's something that we have not had to look into.
Okay, so that at this time here, in terms of what wouldn't be able to speak to lead and arsenic and what might happen to a release from that.
Again, a release condition will be contained within the building. If you had a release condition exterior, that type of condition would be likely very limited to shallow surface soils. Again, based on the volume of material that would be released.
Okay. For the battery electrolyte, please describe any air toxins that could result from a release of involving a fire at the facilities. The impact of such toxins.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Going too quickly.
Yeah, but also, can you speak a little bit closer?
Sure.
A little slower and speak a little closer to the mic. It'll
Let me
make for a much better record. Thank you very much.
I will move my microphone. I apologize. I'll move my microphone closer.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks.
For the battery electrolyte, please describe any air toxins that could result from a release involving a fire at the facility and the impact of such toxins on surrounding human health, including abutters and first responders.
I guess I can just say from a general standpoint, if there was a battery event, it would be, again, contained within the building and would have virtually no impact on abutters based on the distance closest abutters are located.
And in the event of a catastrophic event with a building failure?
In terms of a catastrophic event, are you implying a building fire?
Yeah, for example.
You know, presumably first responders would be containing a building fire, which would help contain potential impacts like any fire. I don't know that, you know, certainly batteries offer a different challenge with firefightings. We hear about that in the electric car industry with respect to batteries in cars on the road. But you know, when those events occur, you're not generally hearing about exposures or impacts to abutters. That things are generally pretty well contained. So we have not had to deal with within our general operational history dealing with battery events that have impacted abutters. It's just a situation we just don't see.
No, I would you know, echo that I've been around for you know, just over 40 years, and I don't think I've ever seen more than you know, the loss of fluid in one jar, and I have not seen a battery fire. I would also emphasize that this is a different chemistry than what you find in electric cars and other, you know, typical battery powered devices that we have in our lives today.
Is it fair to say that this type of event, I hear you saying it has not occurred, is it fair to say that there has not been planning for this type of event? Or is it just that the company would defer to the town or local officials?
Well, I'm not sure that I understand your question. We do plan for a, you know, we do plan for a release by virtue of the fact that we have the containment under the batteries. As far as a fire, you know, because of the rarity of it, you know, we haven't planned for it. In fact, I'm looking at the safety data sheet that is with TOB-N*-1 parens 4, and I'm looking at the special firefighting procedures, and it only mentions you know, use positive pressure, self-contained breathing apparatus, wear acid-proof protection. But again, this is intended for people in close proximity to the fire that might be trying to extinguish it. And it also does mention that there is a potential electrical hazard, but again, that is you know, that this SDS is intended for people who are proximate to where the fire could be.
Okay, the town is trying to understand, given that, in a catastrophic event, given that what we heard yesterday, if there's a fire involving dielectric, and at the town adding in at the moment battery electrolyte, trying to understand the, we understand that the fire department would be on control in the scene, but we're trying to understand, we are asking what type of planning has been done for catastrophic events so that the town can understand from the company what the risks are there, and how this would unfold, and how we would have to address residents who are nearby from a fire. I guess I would add into that then, if you could explain what due diligence has been undertaken to date to confirm that local officials have the equipment, resources, and training to respond to a fire at the substation.
So I can add to, I can respond to that in a way that when we have chemical storage, both including MODF, oil, and the lead acid batteries that are being discussed, those materials and the volumes and locations on site are communicated to local responders through required environmental planning and communication programs. It's called Tier 2. So there is, for many of our facilities, we provide yearly Tier 2 reports and updates to local responders. So they're fully equipped to understand through maps and inventories of what materials are located on site, which allows them to plan accordingly. So when responding to a scene, they're able to know exactly what they are addressing. So, batteries are not uncommon to firefighters in terms of responding to them, given they have knowledge that there are batteries in existence, which they would, given the reporting obligations we would have.
Okay, referring to Eversource's response to EFSB-A-3.
Can you repeat EFSB?
EFSB-A-3.
Yes.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
The last sentence of the company's response says, there's no comprehensive station solution that uses SF6 alternative gases that will meet the performance ratings and equipment footprint required for this project.
Sir, when reading, speak at half the speed, you're reading a quote, trying to get it exactly.
Yeah, I believe I'm reading it. I believe I'm reading it correctly. It says,
No, it's not. I need to hear it.
It's just you're a little too fast, which is a natural tendency when reading from a quote. That's all.
Sorry, I'll read it slowly.
Thank you.
It reads, there is no comprehensive station solution that uses SF6 alternative gases that will meet the performance ratings and equipment footprint required for this project. End quote. Please explain in layman's terms what that means, what alternative equipment footprints and designs were considered to avoiding using SF6, and generally what efforts has the company used to explore alternatives to the use of SF6 gas, given that some jurisdictions such as California are by regulation phasing out such gas.
So can I just, your question assumes a fact or an asserted fact that's not in evidence. I think you need to break down your questions individually to one particular issue by one particular issue, they can respond to that. They may agree, they may disagree, and
my first question, then I'll break it down. Please explain in layman's terms, what that means and what alternative equipment footprints and designs were considered to avoid using SF6.
So at this point in time, the kind of the go-to gas, I guess, for lack of a better word, is sulfur hexafluoride, or SF6. The company is, keenly interested in reducing its SF6 footprint, and equipment manufacturers are investigating SF6 alternatives as well. At this point in time, we're looking for a GIS, or gas insulated substation, rating of 362,000 volts, 3,000 amps, continuous current, and an interrupting and as of this point in time, the company is not aware of any manufacturer that has that offering in GIS for an SF6 alternative.
Okay, that'll be sufficient. Thank you. Please refer to the response to EFSB-CM-12.
Do our witnesses have that response
Yes.
before?
I have that in front of me.
I apologize, my audio cut out for a second. Was everyone set or not? Okay.
Thank you.
The last sentence of the response states, specifically, the company will comply with the siting board's directives to the company and its final decision in EFSB 19-06/DPU 19-142/19-143 regarding visual mitigation to discuss appropriate and reasonable visual mitigation with project butters to the extent it is desired in select locations. Given the height of the structure, the height and distance of structures 3998-2 and 3999-2 to Oak Street, what would be the process to resolve visual mitigation under the siting board decision should discussions among Eversource, the town, and abutters not result in a mutually acceptable understanding?
I just need to have the two structures again, please, the numbers.
The numbers, 3998-2 and 3999-2.
Thank you.
So I think I would like to hand this over to Mr. Howard to talk about the visual sims, and then Mr. Dudek to talk about our discussions with the abutters.
Thank you, Liz. Mr. LaRosa, Mike Howard from Epsilon. It's nice to meet you. You may recall on Monday's hearing, we had a discussion regarding the photo simulation work that was done for the project, and we flipped through the screen and showed what those vantage points would look like from Oak Street and then from an adjacent property further down the right of way. Further in that visual analysis, Mr. LaRosa, there's a set of graphics entitled Visual Impact Assessment, and they're towards the end of the report. And what the analysis shows, and I'm just framing this up, Mr. LaRosa, that my colleagues can speak more specifically to your question. But what that analysis essentially shows in layperson's terms is that the view shed that is present at the site now is very localized and is generally contained to those 8 residential properties that exist around the perimeter of the site. And the report goes into this in some detail. Most of those view sheds will not substantially change given the presence of the existing electrical infrastructure that's on the site now and the juxtaposition of the new substation within the substation site itself tucked towards the back. We also talked about where the tree removal would occur in those locations and how, at least for those 3 properties immediately adjacent to the site, the buffers on their properties would remain substantially unchanged, specifically to the property to the north, if you recall those discussions from Monday. With regards to how the company might interact with those landowners to identify mitigation measures that address whatever visual concerns that they may have when the structures are built and the substation is constructed. For that, I'll turn it over to Steve. And Steve, maybe you can walk Mr. LaRosa through that process, how that exchange occurs with those landowners, and what sorts of things the company might consider in trying to address concerns by the residents.
Of course, thank you, Mr. Howard. So yes, so we would meet with the abutters pre-construction. Oh. Are you all set, Mr. Arsenault?
Yeah, it's just, I'm concerned about your audio. It's a little fuzzy.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So we meet with the abutters pre-construction, during construction, and towards the end, especially during restoration. We make sure that we talk to them about what the construction will entail, as well as what their expectations are. We want to have a dialogue with the abutters to understand what they feel are being impacted and what will work with them in regards to mitigating the view shed. When construction is near complete, that is when we'll have an expert, typically a landscape architect, come to the property, meet with the property owner, and create a landscape design that is mutual agreeable to the property owner. And then we make sure that we execute that landscape design. We make sure that we're entirely in communication with the property owners throughout the project and making sure that we're adhering to their needs, their questions, and their complaints.
And Mr. Lewis, I just want to clarify one comment I made. I believe I used the word new substation. I was referring to the substation expansion, please, in the northeast corner of the site.
Understood.
Point of clarification. Thank you.
Would that process include the town, given the views from Oak Street? And I'll ask that question.
Yes, I would say that can include the town as well.
And am I understanding correctly that the proposed response that indicates that the company would discuss within the construct of the final decision, what would be the process if we have a challenge reaching an understanding of the visual mitigation? Hopefully that was clear.
Just a matter of clarification, Tom. It would depend on what the siting board's condition would be and how it might outline things. And I'm not trying to presume this one way or the other, but it would sort of call, I guess, for speculation on the part of the witnesses. Although they can talk about what's been typical in past siting board proceedings. I have no problem with that.
Fair enough, David. We can leave it there. I think you got it. Just I'm referring to the zoning petition, and I believe this is paragraph 44E on page 29. There's discussion of the exemption concerning lighting.
And that is 44E.
I believe it's paragraph 44E.
Edward, thank you.
Page, I think that's page 29. Hold on. Page 30, sorry.
I have that in front of me.
Okay. Please identify the height of the proposed lighting, the proximity to abutters, and mitigation measures that would be taken, such as shielding.
Mr. Zico, I think this would be a good one for you to weigh in on.
Yes, thank you. So the first part, all the proposed added lighting would be confined to the fenced area. The mounting height of the lighting would be approximately 8 feet above ground. The lighting is normally left off unless there is somebody working in the station, or we have some other need to keep it on, such as in conjunction, maybe perhaps with a local law enforcement authority. We would then keep it on. The lighting fixtures do have a cutoff feature to them. However, in substations, there are switches and other devices that are overhead that need to be visualized, and sometimes need to be visualized at night. They do require up-facing lighting, and by the very nature of that, they cannot have a cutoff. It would defeat the purpose of the lighting fixture. What we have done in those cases where we do need the uplighting is that we switch that separately from the downward facing lighting, which is also task oriented as opposed to area oriented. So it's not like a parking lot where we're going to flood the thing with light. And we would keep those upward facing lights off unless we needed to see a switch or some other device that was overhead, and then we would turn them off right afterwards to minimize light pollution. So it's an attempt to, certainly be mindful of the needs of the community with light pollution, and yet meet the operational realities of the facility.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to refer to the response to EFSB CM-22 parens S1.
I have that in front of me.
The response on Monday, the response and the testimony on Monday indicate that Park City Wind will be paying for the stub outs at the West Barnstable Station pursuant to the amended settlement and transport support agreement, not yet available. Please explain what other projects, grid connections, and substations these stub outs are intended to support.
So I may ask Jenny to help me with this answer, but these are stub outs for future use that could be reliability related or the interconnection of other offshore wind projects.
Yes, Liz, I believe on Monday, Mr. Zico also testified to this point. The stub outs can be used for future offshore wind interconnections or for additional transmission lines needed for reliability reasons.
I believe the testimony on Monday specifically referred to phase 2. Is that accurate?
I don't remember that reference. And
Hold on 1 minute. I can go back to that. Yesterday, on page what's on page 11 of the, sorry, no, not page 11, like go down, I apologize. In the testimony yesterday on page 52, sorry, page 53, the response states, with regard to Park City Wind, however, they are putting industry practice or construction practice to install these stub outs during the phase 2 construction to avoid impacts to outages that could impact Park City Wind. What does that reference refer to?
Okay, so yes, the stub out, as we proposed it, would be installed during the construction of the phase 2 upgrades, which are the scope of work that we're proposing. The stub outs are not used for the phase 2 upgrades. They are just constructed at the same time. And the reference to Park City Wind is that if not installed during the construction of phase 2, then there could be outages or constraints to the Park City Wind generation in the future.
Are there any other offshore wind projects intended to connect at this location other than New England Wind 1 and New England Wind 2?
Mr. La Rosa, right now there are active generation interconnection requests in the ISO New England queue, looking to be connected at West Barnstable, were born after the Park City Wind project.
Okay, so these stubs that are being paid for, not by the company, that would be available for New England Wind 2, are you aware of any advisory opinion being filed with the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs under MEPA for whether this would be considered segmentation, given that New England Wind 2 has neither completed MEPA review nor is the subject of a final decision from the siting board?
I cannot speak to New England Wind 2's proceedings. However, the intent of these stub outs is to construct the substation efficiently now and avoid impacts to future system. When it's a lower cost to install now while we're doing the work associated with phase 2, because the ground needs to be opened, and coming back later is inefficient and causes the need for system outages to complete that work in the future.
And Mr. La Rosa, I'm sorry, Mr. La Rosa, I believe that on page 69 and 70 of Monday's transcript, I provided some testimony as to how this is a typical utility practice, and that these stub outs are a very short distance, and depending on what project or projects do come along, it doesn't prejudice the end point of where those projects are. This is all limited to within the site, and it's merely there to facilitate access to the switching positions in the gas insulated switchgear.
Okay, to make sure I understand, there's past practice. Could you explain whether there's past practice where the company would the company has installed stub outs to facilitate interconnections with jurisdictional generating facility projects that have neither completed NEPA review nor been the subject of a final siting board decision?
I don't know that. Oh.
I was going to say, I personally am not aware of any, but again, to go back to my testimony, is these could be used for any number of projects that could come along, whether it's generation or reliability.
Thanks, John. I was going to say the same.
Okay, I think we've covered that point. I think the final, just returning to the conversation that we've had for if there is a catastrophic event at how unlikely it may be, at the West Barnstable substation that causes a release of dielectric fluid, does the company have documentation to indicate which direction this release would flow if not contained?
So do we have documentation of which way a release would flow? We do not. As stated, we have containment, so a catastrophic release would be contained within a subsurface concrete structure. So if that structure was not there, you would have a release condition to the soil that would migrate through the soil. Things do not move horizontally. Let me back up. What causes the migration of a release condition is when release conditions intercept groundwater, and then groundwater movement can migrate a release. That is not a condition that will exist here because of the structural conditions that we have proposed. But on shallow groundwater conditions where a release hits groundwater, that release will generally follow the direction of groundwater flow. But again, that does not apply to our case here.
And so the contention that if there's a catastrophic failure, as unlikely as it might be, that there would not be a surface flow that could reach private wells.
Correct.
Okay. In the event that there is a release to the environment, could you please describe what type of insurance or financial assurance mechanisms would be in place to ensure that those costs would be covered?
I'm not sure if others are equipped to answer the financial question, but what I can tell you is Eversource has responded to release conditions historically that have always resulted in a permanent endpoint or condition that is acceptable to the Mass DEP. So there's never been a response action that was halted due to a financial inability.
Okay, thank you. Those are the questions that the town had based on the follow-up on the array of information requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaRosa. Mrs. Townsend, do you have questions you would like to ask of the company witnesses? So maybe while we're waiting to hear from Mrs. Townsend, would counsel for PCW have any questions they would like to ask of the company witnesses?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerson. Well, why don't we take a 10-minute break to see if we can reach Mrs. Townsend and to ask if she had any questions she wanted to ask on the record today. Let's go off the record and come back at 5 after 2. Thank you. So let's go back on the record. I left a voicemail and an email for Mrs. Townsend. To see if she had questions and wanted to further participate in the hearing. She was on earlier today. In the meantime, while we're waiting to hear, I believe Mr. Wong has additional questions for the company.
Mr.
Thank you,
Who?
Ms. Sharkey.
Hold on.
Wayne has additional questions.
David, can I start?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I have a couple questions just to clear up the record for ourselves. So we had a number of questions this morning in reference to West Barnstable and its containment and its stormwater management systems. I wanted to ask if the company would agree that the general approach that we talked about in regards to West Barnstable also applies to the Bourne switching station project component as well.
Yes, it does, with the exception that there are no transformers proposed for the Bourne switching station.
Thank you. That's an important caveat, Mr. Zico. Okay. So I also wanted to touch briefly on magnetic fields. I think we have on the record a magnetic field study. Does that ring a bell to the witnesses?
Yes, it does. It's attachment L to DPU 23-22, the zoning petition.
Thank you. And I just wanted to confirm what I'm seeing. And bear with me as I get to that attachment. Okay, so Appendix C of that attachment is a record request from the original proceeding that describes the transmission lines at 345 kilovolts. Is that correct?
I'm getting there. Yeah, I'm there. Yes, I do have that in front of me, and it asks to, it's record request EFSB 15. And it asks to assess the electric fields of the noticed variation operating at 345 kV and the magnetic fields of the noticed variation operating at 115 kV, and it goes on and on. But yes, that's the general, that's one of the things that it does ask.
I appreciate that. At this time, does the company, if you have some time to look at it, does the company have any modifications or updates to that response?
I am not aware of any of that has changed.
Thank you. Okay, one other line of questioning to clean up on our end. Earlier today, we talked about the response to a possible spill during an extreme weather event, and we talked about how the company would have personnel on site to in a matter of hours to pump out oil and water. Does that ring a bell to the witnesses?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Richards, we talked about pumping the oil water mixture out. Just to round out the record, where into what would this mixture be pumped into?
It would be pumped into a vacuum truck. So a similar to a tanker vehicle you may see on the road, but smaller. It's about a 2,000 to 3,000 gallon tanker truck. And our response contractors have multiple vacuum trucks that can be used as necessary.
And they would then dispose of that that substance offsite per the law. Is that correct?
Correct. There's a treatment facility for one of the vendors we use located in Braintree that they would unload the material there.
Thank you.
For proper handling. You're welcome.
And you referenced your response contractor. Would the response contractor be in charge of be the personnel on site, or would the company also have people on site supervising this process?
Yes, there would be a group of there would be a group of 3 related to Eversource crews providing environmental direction and oversight. We would have the environmental response contractor providing the construction means to perform the work. And then we would often have a external environmental consultant on scene to help also advise on response techniques.
Thank you. And finally, it looked like from the walkthrough that the company gave to my colleague, Mr. Chang, earlier, that the containment around the transformers is in the form of walls. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be a concrete vault that is placed below grade that has walls and a floor.
Okay. Would the walls be above grade?
Mr. Zico?
A portion of the walls do project above grade, yes.
Thank you. So my question would be, since those walls are above grade, would it be likely, would it then not be likely that drainage from other parts of the facility would go into those containment structures?
I can say that surface water runoff would not flow into the containment.
Thank you. I am all set for right now. Ms. Sharkey, did I buy us enough time?
I haven't gotten a phone call or an email back from Mrs. Townsend. My thought was what we could address the company's redirect. And we can certainly take a break if company counsel needs opportunity to discuss that with its witnesses before we begin that. And then if she is able to join us and has questions, we can address any redirect after she's asked those questions that's applicable to her additional questions.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Sharkey. We have maybe one redirect question, which I could do now, or if it makes more sense to take a break and see if Ms. Townsend joins, then we can hold off until she either asks cross-examination or decides not to.
Okay, why don't we take another 10-minute break? Since I assume that means we will be wrapping up today, and even if you don't need the a break to deal with redirect, then perhaps council could consider what they might propose as a briefing schedule.
Yes, we'll be prepared to do so.
Okay, so let's come back at 2:25 and we'll be off the record till then. Thank you. back on the record? So I have not heard back from Mrs. Townsend in the interim. Would the company like to proceed with its redirect?
Yes.
Thank you.
I throw this out to our witness panel. Do you recall questioning earlier this afternoon from counsel for the town of Barnstable regarding our emergency response plans and interactions with first responders?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Wondering if someone on the panel can describe a bit more about what the company's typical protocol is there in working with first responders and emergency response plans and educating them on what is involved and what equipment is present at its facilities and how it might go about facilitating those first responders addressing events as they might occur over time.
Mr. Rosenzweig, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you.
I would say to start that Eversource values its relationship with first responders across its service territory. Within the town of Barnstable, the company works with all of the respective fire departments, police department, DPW, Department of Public Works, on a regular basis, whether it's during blue skies or storm events or any other emergency that's related to electrical infrastructure. To that end, we offer electric safety trainings to our first responders. I am aware that at the end of last year, we conducted a safety training for the town of Barnstable, in which we trained both seasoned town staff that may need a refresher in terms of how to work and operate around electrical infrastructure, as well as new team members in the fire or police or DPW. In addition, we are also a member, we take part in the Barnstable Regional Emergency Planning Committee that meets monthly in Barnstable, and are always available not only for regular updates during that time and during storms, as well as, you know, if training is needed outside of that setting. So through the course of all of those interactions, I feel confident that our first responders receive the information that they need, whether it's related to fire or emergency at a substation, or any fire or emergency that's related to infrastructure throughout the roadway or throughout the town.
Thank you, Ms. Goldstein. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. I'd like to ask the company if they anticipate being able to provide responses to the record requests that have been asked. In the next 5. Yes, Mr. Wong?
I hate to do this, but could we have one more record request since you're talking about that?
Well, good to ask them since it could affect his response. So please proceed.
Thank you. So earlier this afternoon, Ms. Dong referenced a number of that there are a number of projects in the ISO New England queue in the area. I just wanted a record request that describes that further, sort of, you know, the amount and number of projects coming in.
Mr. Wong, may I clarify, is the request about the interconnection requests at West Barnstable and Bourne? because the queue of ISO New England interconnection queue is very long. So are we interested in a certain area or certain point of interconnections?
Your clarification helps. I am exactly talking about those two locations because it has to do with the
I'm sorry, Wayne.
studies. Yeah,
You sound so far away. I need a little help here.
sorry.
Your clarification helps and then go on.
The clarification helps. I'm exactly talking about those two locations because they're in reference to the stub outs talked about earlier today.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification. I'm guessing once I speak to Ms. Dong about response to this record request, one issue that will come up is that the identity of queue positions is often confidential. We could identify the queue number and the amount of megawatts that's proposed for interconnection and the location of the proposed interconnection. I believe that might be in the public domain, but subject to hearing from Ms. Dong, we may not be able to disclose who the entity or what the entity is with respect to those particular queue positions.
Yes, Mr. Rosenweig, that's a very helpful clarification. It is correct. Oftentimes the developer or interconnecting customer, the entity behind a particular interconnection request is not public information. So what we can provide is the public information with regard to the interconnection requests, active interconnection requests at West Barnstable and Bourne substations in ISO New England's public queue.
I appreciate the clarification, and that's what I'm looking for. Mr. Arki, sorry.
I was going to say, I believe that that's how we presented the information in the existing record of the underlying project. So that would be sufficient, I believe, for our purposes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe that is also EFSB record request number 10. So with that addition, Mr. Rosenzweig, would the company be able to provide its responses to the record requests in this proceeding by next Wednesday?
I expect that to be the case, and I think we should use that as the planning assumption for briefing purposes. I just offer sort of the contingency that a few of these will require some coordination with Park City Wind, and there's some underlying confidentiality issues that we need to resolve. But I think we have a shared interest with Park City Wind to expedite the development of responses and even preliminary contacts with Attorney Gerson suggest to me that we'll be able to surmount that hurdle without too much difficulty. So long way of saying yes.
So if, as part of those responses, the company can, provide an indication of when it could provide a complete response if it is not by next Wednesday. And I would appreciate if the company provides that information in the response, and then we will deal with the supplemental responses to those record requests as they come in. So assuming that date for planning purposes, do the council have proposal for the briefing schedule in this case?
Mr. Kaler, I'm going to defer to you as you're going to have more primary responsibility for our first draft.
Yeah, so I think, Ms. Sharkey, that the initial procedural schedule indicated 2 weeks after the submission of the record request. So that would be, I'm just checking, it would be June 5th. And I would expect that that would be no problem for the company.
And would the interveners be able to submit their initial brief 2 weeks after that?
Certainly no problem for Park City Wind.
Is Mr. LaRosa still on?
I am.
And would that schedule present difficulties for the town of Barnstable?
That'd be good.
Okay. And then the company would have the opportunity to file a reply brief a week after that?
That
Mr.
works for
Taylor?
us.
Okay. Okay. Well, I would be happy to entertain a motion to move the exhibits that have been marked for identification purposes into the record.
So moved.
Are there any objections to any of those exhibits being moved into the record at this time? Mr. Kaler, it's my understanding that June 19th is a holiday.
Oh, correct, Juneteenth.
In that case, could we move the briefing dates by another day, as well as the company's reply brief date?
So do you mean we would file on June 6th? Interveners would file on June 20th, and then the company would file its reply on June 27th?
I don't think we need to move the 6th, but we can, that's fine.
Yeah, we don't need to move to the
Yeah.
6th.
That's fine.
In that case, I believe we are concluding the hearings for today and ending the evidentiary hearings in this particular docket. Does anyone have anything else to say before we end today?
We do
Just
not.
a reporter, if possible, if after everybody is left, if I could talk with the bench, Wayne and Chang for a little bit, just to do some technical stuff, only for a minute or two. That would be helpful. Nobody needs to hear that.
Okay, I would end the recording first.
Yeah, as soon as we go off, I just wanted to say it before everybody disappeared.
Okay.
And I just want to confirm, in the event of questions, that the exhibits that have been marked for identification have been moved into evidence. I'd like to thank everybody for participating. We appreciate your help, and I look forward to reviewing the briefs when they're filed. Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.